Okay, so if it's not waystone percent and it's not item rarity, the only thing, and it's not monster effectiveness, is scaling this. There's very limited options as to what it could be. It's either A, completely scaled off runes, B, complete, and or it's completely, or it's just completely, it's scaled off of how many affixes are on your waist, and that would explain why +2 random map mods works. But to confirm anything, I need to do a lot more testing with white tablets on the same like tier 16 maps I did for every other test, and then I need to do, and then I also need more bosses to doing the lineage gem testing. I don't know if 100 bosses is enough for the control set. I think it needs more. So while I'm doing that testing, I'll just path to bosses using older Saga map areas, and I'll just do that testing at the same time. Okay, so I need to bring up trade. Because that's the only thing that really makes sense. I don't understand if that's the way it's working. So I need to buy tier 16s with 70% monster effectiveness here. Thankfully, those are not expensive right now. Okay. That should be enough. For testing with. Put these in a bank. Yeah, I still think waystone percent is playing a role. Like, I doubled the sample size on the waystone percent, and it's still tracking, like, a high increase on, like, 6% and above, but, like, I just want to be thorough. So, bigger sample size on the white tablet control test, and then then I'll double, and then, so we already know that there's a big enough sample size on the blue tablets. I actually think Swamp is probably better than Water. Yo, what's up, RM? I got a massive attack. You'll boost your damage so much on Falling Thunder. What did you do, RM? I am testing GE a little bit more because I want to be a little more thorough, Mahia. Then I just want to, like, double the sample size, because I know a lot of people are, like, questioning because of the sample size, so I want to, like, just eliminate that as a factor. Here. Don't really need to farm anything, and it's just more testing, because my gear is basically almost as good as it's going to get. Okay, so these are whites. These will stay here. Alright. So, white maps, tier 16. And then we'll add that to the spreadsheet here. About 30 of these. So white tablets. So this is basin with the white tablets. Alright, double check, yeah. Okay. Where's the Google Sheet? Here. So basin, and it's lucky. You're going to message on Discord. Alright, man. Go for it.
Another step on the road less traveled.
1-7. Older Saga. Actually, that's huge. 3. Alright, if I grab the bat there. Okay. Re-rolled into a high socket on. Div. Alright, this rune setup sucks. What if I just move that there? That way it's covering chat. That's better. There's Older Saga. Okay, so basically, I want to get the sample size on the white tablet testing to like 50. So there's like, so that instead of 20, because there's honestly just not enough data right there on that white set, on the white tablets setup. And then I want to further isolate every mod. So I tested every rarity, effectiveness, monster rarity, or rare monsters, like on yellow tablets with +2 randomized. I want to do it on blue tablets with just the mods for whatever I'm testing with the same like map that I've used for testing. So I basically just do white mods with just, or same like tier 16 maps with just like 20% monster rarity or something like that on the tablets. So just completely isolate all those stats. That give you 1.7 million more damage when you're Flying Thunder? That's insane. Yeah, I'll check in a minute here. Honestly, what I need to get eventually, I need to get a Mage Blood and swap off the Headhunter. That the one I want was like 700 div when I looked. Just for doing setup faster, you know, like 30% attack speed and like 30% movement speed with like double evasion or something on it. Just so I can do the setups on the maps faster for testing. So, and even just for doing the boss like testing too, the Lineage Gem. Like it's a 700 div investment though. That I don't have at the moment. It's like 5 exiles to do. I'll check it out for sure here. As soon as I'm done with this map. Okay, so that was 1 Alder Saga, 634, 4 monsters, 200 magic, and 68 rare, with 5 chaos, 4 div, 1 annulment. So 4, 5, 1. Okay, that's done. Alright, Discord. Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay. Yeah. Get rid of that. Sell all this stuff off.
To me. Take it.
Okay. And then do the next map. Did not want to get rid of that. Keep that.
Another step on the road less traveled.
And this map is always shitty because you can never get to all the bombs or all the remnants here. You guys just always have to pick like which side has the better half, you know? Does you mega damage? Oh, I'm sure. I read what you're doing. It's like that makes sense. Bruh. It's like I'm leaving behind. There's a bond rune right there too. Well, I can't leave those. Hmm. Yeah, all I can do is grab that. I'm not leaving 3 perfect chaos. That's nothing hidden. Yeah, I am. I am also on Twitch and TikTok. Why is nothing working? What the heck? Left trigger work? Okay, why is this not working? Okay, what the heck is going on right now? I'm gonna die. I can... Left trigger. Okay. Everything else is working. Literally everything but the left trigger. Okay, there it goes. That was weird. Bro, how do you light the bombs without destroying the loot?
Less traveled.
What do you mean? You just drop it. Yeah, it doesn't like detonate until you hit the trigger at the end. So you could just do the entire chain. So nothing blows up until you hit the detonator at the very beginning. Every time. Oh, basically you have to just make sure the bombs are on the pillars. Like, you have to put the bombs in the radius of the pillars. So you have to, like, path all your bombs to the pillars. And anything that you don't get with your bombs is gonna crumble. So, like, there was a bunch of them that I couldn't grab this map. Because of this map's layout being, like, one of the worst ones in the game. This and Bleach Souls are the worst for that. Yeah, so a couple of the maps just have such a bad layout that no matter what you do, you can't grab all of them unless you get like a lucky thing where it has like an extra 10 bombs or something, which can happen. You can get like 40% more bombs, 50% more bombs. But right now, I'm still trying to figure out if, like... So, like, the original idea was that Waystone % was scaling this, right? Because I tested +2 random map mods, and that worked. But, like, effectiveness, monster rarity, rare monsters, basically all, like, on testing seems to have 0 effect. So, the only thing that made sense with the +2 random map mods was it scaling the Waystone %. And then that's impacting the remnant. So I went and, like, tested a bunch of... I rolled, like, 200... remnants at this point, almost 400 now. So I have 400 data points. It's still showing like you see an increase in like +6 across like 400 remnants, and like higher increases of +7 and everything else. So like the Waystone kind of still tracks, but like I want to like 100% confirm it. And I need more boss maps to do the lineage gem testing that everyone wants me to do anyways. So I might as well do this at the same time. And if it's none of that, that means the only thing this stuff scales off of is if it's like ends up with more testing that it's not the Waystone percent and it's not like the +2 random map mods. That means the only thing that scales the loot in here is literally the way you chain your runes together. Well, before I do anything, I need to get more data points on like the white tablet control set here. Before I'm comfortable like saying anything. Warm but risky, nothing to drink, last to fall. Let's see here. I have 4 Alder Sagas here, so that I can use. Last to fall, warm but risky, and nothing to drink or Alders. Those are good maps. Warm but risky, nothing to drink. Okay, that's only gonna ever give me 2. Try at least Sulfite, Bleak, and Awful. Try at least Sulfite, Bleak, and Awful. That doesn't change. Okay. Got a lot of areas that I need to path through. I can open more areas up. Oh, what's here? Try at least last to fall, warm but risky. Star Drinker, warm but risky. Last to fall, warm but risky, because that's only 2. Unknown Ruins, warm but risky, good fellow. Unknown and warm. Unknown Bleak, that's 3. Unknown Bleak. Warm. You know. At least go to size big and awful. Sulfite, cold as ice, please be awful. This one's okay, so here's the one thing that's weird. So sometimes when you see them move a lot like this, like the things, when you open these up, they're gonna have like multiple, of whatever's in there, right? So this is like Sulfite Wild Roaming Free. Right here, Endless Cliffs. Wild Roaming Free Sulfite. Endless Wild Sulfite. Endless Wild Sulfite. Yay. This is another one here. They could have like 0 or it could have like 5. Like both of these are like that for the most part. I'm just gonna open them both up. Three, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's fine. And then what was it? This one? Another 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4. All Revenant. 2 of those have all +7 though, so that actually is huge. Yeah, two with those two being all +7, that is massive. That just paid for itself. Each one of those maps has the potential to have like 4 or 5 Alder Sagas on it. And I'm not gonna run those on white tablets. I've kind of decided that I don't want to count all +7s on tests because like they're so rare and they basically are guaranteed to be like massive outliers, you know. So running those on tests is kind of pointless. Yeah, another reason I want to get a Mage Blood is literally for this. Just pathing to maps with that extra 45% move speed would be huge. Because like this is one of the most the bomb setup move speed and the pathing to maps move speed is like two of the most time-consuming things when doing both the Lineage Gym testing for you guys that you asked for and for doing like Grand Expedition testing. Like that takes the most amount of time. Is like the just general map pathing. Here. You'll push through the tablets again? I'm using white tablets, man. At the moment. Literally nothing on them. Whites. Testing. I need to get more data on the white tablets, because there's only like 22 data points. I need to get it to like 50. Just to like, get a better read on it here. Even though the loot on white tablets is abysmal. Yo, what's up, Bess? Alright. I'm gonna actually make sure that, like, without, like, beyond any, like, doubt that, like, what we think is working is working. Oh, I don't even run tablets. I just throw in random tier 15s and just blast. At the moment. Here. So yeah, I don't run tablets. I just throw in tier 15s and go. Yeah, you don't play this, you'll still sit in here and support me?
Another
Thanks, man.
step on
Alright,
the
let's
road
see.
less-
Sovereign, Mystic, Prismatic, I'll reroll that. That is either Alders or something. Oh, that's a really big bomb radius, okay. What are we locking in here? We have time. Or bond. You know what? I'm going for bond. Even though it's not like a huge socket count, I'm going for bond. Alder Saga. Moment. Reroll that one. Div. Yeah, that's gonna make an outlier out of this map. What's this game? It's basically kind of like Diablo or something like that. I don't know if you've ever played anything like Diablo, but that's basically what this is. Okay, so we got the bond rune. Can I hit? That's going to be one hell of a boss mob density right there. Okay, Greater Chaos, Oath Rune. Wasn't this locked in Wisdom back here? Yeah, we're gonna have to skip that. Opulent's one of the most important runes, and anytime you lock in a Wisdom rune, it disables it. Alright, so the only thing I'm missing is way down here. Either way, this is an Alder Saga and 10 div. Yeah, I got you here. Alright. The problem is, though, when counting that 10 div basically can, like, it turns the whole map into an outlier. So, like, I don't know if I tracked the 10 div here. I probably shouldn't. Just track it with everything else outside of the 10 raw div. But then again, I've tracked the 10 div on everything else I kind of need to. Yeah, we'll just do it. Enough sample size, it won't matter. Okay, where is something that's keeping everything alive right here? This one. There we go. Okay, there's the bond rune. Yeah, the reason I want to go for that bond rune is it is the highest, as far as like giving extra loot, is the most impactful out of anything in here. Getting like 9 to 12 and like 15 plus monster modifiers on a single rare monster because of that rune is like huge. Thanks for the follow, J-Rod. There is the 10 div. Perfect regal. Div. Did I get my Elder Saga? Yeah, I did. Okay, we're good. What I can say for sure is there is a definite correlation between how many rare monsters a map has and like how many actual loot it drops. Well, that should be like obvious, but like yeah, it's, and you can't actually affect the rare monster spawns with tablets. Oh, this stuff has like 100 million HP now. Alright. What did we grab there? We grabbed 12 Chaos. How many div? At least a stack, right? 21 div? 21 div. 4 annulments. Is that it? Three greater chaos. And 3 greater chaos. For white tablets? Yeah, 21 divs is great. On white tablets? That's insane.
Go on. These gold will one day have use again.
I wrote down the monster count, right? I did not. 209. And it would drop an older saga too. Alright, so.
Go on. I will make use of this. Time is of the essence.
That in there. I need to grab out more reroll items. Not even a +7 remnants. Yeah, that was just like a normal remnant. That was just like a normal map. Frigid. Yeah, I'm trying to, like, I'm doing more testing right now. I also think I get better runs at stacking waystone %, but, like, there's been a lot of people that have been like, oh, there's not enough sample size to say for sure, so I'm, like, I'm just getting more sample size on, like, especially, like, the white tablet control testing to try for loot. And then I want to do, like, isolative testing on, like, monster rarity, effectiveness, etc. Just so, like, there's no question left. Yeah, that's what I've noticed. That's what I noticed too. I get a lot higher and a lot better rerolls on stacking on waystone % than I do any other setup. I cannot make him immune to my only damage type. Like, right now I'm using blue tablets and I'm not, like, I have 0 waystone % basically, but, like, the rerolls are just bad. Everything went to 3. Oh, there was 1. You found 3 10 sockets from rerolls alone? Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, too, like, with the waystone %. I like, doubled the sample size on that test last night. Like, I wasn't streaming. Like, I still went in and, like, I went in doubles it just to, like, see if it made any real impact here. And doubling the sample size, it definitely seemed to basically not change the numbers, really. That's another 10 div hit. So instead of doing like 200 tracked remnants, I doubled it up to like 400, and it really is still like there's still like a 60%, 70% increase in 6 sockets and like an 80% increase in 7 and something, etc. But like, yeah, more sample size to know 100% for sure. Doesn't hurt. And I also want to test it on tier 16 with 120s. I need to finish that too. I need to run through a bunch of those. Percent waystone. Because what's weird to me, right? So if Waystone percent, let's just say like hypothetically Waystone percent, it doesn't do anything, right? It's a scalar. Okay, and we know effectiveness, monster rarity, more rare monsters, item rarity basically really doesn't do anything either, right? But then why does +2 map mods actually do something for the loot? If it's not increasing, because it's increasing the Waystone percent. See, like that, it's the only thing that really fits unless it scales directly off of how many map mods you have. And then, yeah, that would make sense why Waystone percent seems to increase loot, because like, Waystone percent naturally has a lot higher map mods, but like, I don't know. The price Saga, what is the price at right now? Usually I maintain it, I'm pretty easily. It's only like 40 div, right? Unless it's gone up. I haven't looked today. I usually just use Alder Saga regardless because like it has the highest reward potential for jackpot and everything else. I mean, you don't have to. You can make profit just doing normal like sagas, but like I think Alders is probably the best like for it. Have you gotten a lock or a mirror from a remnant? I have not yet, honestly. I have all the boons. I have all of my is it 32 last I bought? Oh, that's actually dropped in price. That they were 40. I've gotten multiple Alder's Legacies and all of the boons so far, but I've yet to see a mirror or a lock drop from one of them. I've gotten a lot of, like, found a lot of, rite of passage charms too, but, like, yeah, no locks or mirrors. Legacy is at 150. Yeah, Legacy was at, like, almost 300 for a while. But it does appear, yeah, they do appear on Remnants. They're just really rare. I would say the boons and Alder's Legacies are more common than seeing mirrors. We're gonna also put a note that that was a 10x div run. There. 2 maps in a row for 10x div remnants, 128 rares. 389. 339. Is Legacy seriously down to 150? Oh shit, it is. And Saga's down to 30? Yikes. Yeah, those like tanked. Legacy's down 50%. Alder Saga's down like no, also like 12 div a run. So like yeah, I would say it's definitely worth running that right now. Like if it's that cheap, there's no reason not to. Origin of the Fall, Goodfellow. Last will to fall, bleak and awful, something fishy. Bleak and awful, something fishy. Something fishy. Something fishy, bleak and awful. Okay, that's not gonna change. Okay. Bleached, all +6.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Is that 3 perfect chaos? No. Augmentation. That's mid. Annulment. Ire of Alder. The rune setup isn't great here. I mean, Bleach is one of those maps that's basically the same thing as Gully, where you never can actually get to all the remnants. So it's like you gotta pick and choose what you actually want to grab. Alright, so how many bombs is this actually gonna give me here? 15. Alright, so... Can't grab everything here. I'm just gonna go with this setup. This side had the better rune setup over the other side. The maps that, like, when you're doing your rumors, if you're actually trying to min-max, that you should honestly avoid are definitely Bleached and Gully. Like, they're the worst. In my opinion. Just because, like, no matter what you do, you'll never be able to get... You're always gonna have to, like, cut out, like, half your total remnants. So it's like you're always gonna be just gimping your loot. Okay. Prairie is low-key goated out of all the maps. Yeah, Prairie's decent. The other one that's the best is, like, Basin. Stagnant Basin just, like, is always good. Because, like, the way it's laid out and the extra explosion radius and all the extra explosives that you just get throughout the map, you're basically guaranteed to detonate the entire map. It's very rare on Basin where you don't get every remnant in almost every chest. Yeah, the ones that honestly, if I had to pick like 3 maps that are like just consistently better than everything else, it's gonna be probably Baron, Basin, and then probably Prairie. Like those 3 are just like head and shoulders above everything else. And for Basin, it's not even like a close comparison. Basin's just insane. Highest ad density, highest currency drops on average per map, simply because of the ad density being as high as it is on those. Where is the monster that's keeping this alive? There it is. I see the buff, it's so good. What buff? Oh, yeah, I'm not actually running that right now. I don't need it. Mantra does because I don't have enough skill sockets. I'd have to replace something to get more skill point sockets to do that. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. So that was what? 3, 7, 4, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and then 5, 12, 1. The party quant. I don't think it has any effect on the runes, but I do know it definitely affects the loot. Party quant does. It's on this, so it's a specific amulet that you have to get, right, Dead? Here? So, you have to get this specific amulet that says Grant Skill Trinity to get that.
Day?
Yeah. I mean, you really don't even need the item already if you don't want to. That's just like a nice to have. As long as it has like the +4 to all skills, your damage shouldn't really be too, should be fine. Item rarity is good, but like, it shouldn't be like the priority over just getting extra damage. Is that a big help? Yeah, I mean, it's an extra power charge. There's another way you can do it. You can just look for a helmet with a power charge corruption. Whether it's like the damage is the same regardless. It's just doing it with the shard gives you like more power charges, like the addition like a 10% chance to gain an additional power charge anytime you do gain a power charge. So like that's the nice to have for that. But like other than that, you can just find one with a power charge corruption. They're not even expensive. Usually. Actually, it probably would be significantly cheaper to get one with a power charge corruption. Man, 1x7 maps are so bad. Yeah, so if you have the power charge corruption, it's not really a big difference, honestly. The only difference is it gives it gives like an additional power charge, 15% to gain additional charge when you get one. So like that's the main difference. Like if you already have enough additional power charge percent and you're not hurting to like generate your power charges, it really doesn't matter. I feel like combo point generation is honestly a bigger problem than power charge generation a lot of times. Yeah, so if you're not having an issue filling those up, how much is the how much help is the Owl Charm? The Owl Charm is good. I'm using Cat. Owl Charm basically gives you more damage as cold damage. It's a big damage boost, and it gives you more energy shield. Cat is basically it basically drastically increases your crit chance. Gives you more evasion, more movement speed, more attack speed. So Cat is honestly it's really big. You might pick up a... Yeah, honestly, Owl's cheap, and it works. And until you can get until you can get a cat charm, I would definitely recommend it, especially for the extra survivability bump of the energy shield that Owl will give you. It's like 50% increased energy shield or something, so it's definitely worth grabbing if you can't afford cat, because it's only like 20 div. And it's still like free damage, you know, so like it's not like it's a bad thing to grab. That's why I put Owl on the planner too, like as far as like you can use that, because it's not as good as cat, but it's something that'll work in a pinch. And still make you tankier and give you more damage. Oh, this map sucks. I mean, it's a 1x7 map. They all suck, but like... This one is like exceptional even for like a 1x7. Yeah, definitely you should. Honestly, I would. If you're not running any rite of passage charm, and you can afford to go pick up an Owl, I would. One, it's gonna make you tankier. It's gonna make you do more damage, and you're gonna yeah. Okay, so this map sucked. Six. Three. 1. 6, 30, 117, and 32. Alright, there we go. I was saying a few days ago, it's gonna take you a while. Yeah, that's fair. You mean there's no rush. This season is supposed to run until like December or something. There's gonna be like a few event leagues in between, but my understanding is those leagues aren't gonna like be permanent. They only last like a month. What was that? Yeah, but what did it say? Let's see. Okay, I got a path. Yay, this part sucks. Oh, is there any more? I already read that. One of these, there's two in this section that are all +7. This one, and then this one up here is also all +7. RM, another thing, what runes you have in your action? Yeah, I can. So basically, it's just all elemental resistances, though. and Wanderlust with an Alder's Legacy in it. Wanderlust is basically so I'm immune to slows and chills, so because the 50% chill inside of GE maps is really rough to deal with without it. And it costs a lot of skill points to like deal with it, but I can show you in a second. Let me get through this here. No worries.
Darkness descends, and with it, your end.
Alright. Runes, energy shield recharge rate, and then it's just like random resistances, and then Wanderlust, Alder's Legacy, in the boots. That's it. Alright, this next map should be all +7. I'm not gonna count an all +7 on the spreadsheet though, because that's kind of pointless. Like I know that's gonna be like an outlier, and it's gonna like just screw up data, because they're only like a 5% occurrence rate. And I've been excluding those from like everything anyways, so like tracking that is kind of pointless. Outside of like monster tracking.
Indeed.
No, I am gonna just like throw it on there just so I have like the map spawn rate tracking for it. Bond is for
Another
sure first.
step on the road less.
Literally locks in nothing I care about. Same thing. It doesn't lock anything in good. Death. Elder Saga. Tendiv. I kind of am paying more attention to what's in the rune sockets than I am what's actually... Okay, Elder Saga again. So now I have to come down here. Opulent. Time. Okay, so this is gonna be an interesting one. Only 15 bombs to do this with. Like, I can't even think about getting those 10 div. Because I have to pass straight to this Elder Saga here. It's like, give out 10 div or give out 30 div. It's like, here. Yeah. Overall, though, this should be a decent map, even though I'm, like, using meh tablets and everything. I'm over-sustaining Elder Sagas right now, too. So, this next one should give me the Elder Saga, then we path down and grab everything else. Okay. Or at least until the next, path down and grab the next Elder Saga. Oh, that's crazy. Even with all these like raw 10x like div things and like the all +7 maps, this is still tracking worse than just Waystone percent on the tablets versus over the white tablets. +2. Without a doubt, +2. +2 is the only thing that like is 100% confirmed to be working. Waystone percent, I'm 90% sure it's doing something, but like +2 random mods, I'm like 100% sure that it is doing something. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing more testing right now on the white tablets, just to like get more data points to use. I want to get to like 40 or 50 on white tablets, and then like do like isolative testing on item rarity, rare monsters, etc. I know rare monsters is not worth testing. I already know that doesn't work. There's no reason to test that. And like, okay, so you see how this has like says and +2 all those mods, and then +2 other modifiers, and then this one's like a +3 other modifiers, and then there was the one that was like +8. So another thing that could be happening here, and it could be just that your tablets and your map item rarity is so oversaturated by mutated monsters and the other one, adaptive biology, because of that bond rune right there, that it basically does nothing. Like if it has 8 modifiers at 200% extra item rarity per modifier, that is 1600%. Like at that point, your map mods, your tablet mods are doing literally nothing. when like you can when you figure that your map mod is doing like what you're getting what like say 36% from your tablets, you can maybe get like 70% on a perfectly like item rarity stacked map, like in relation to 1700+%. Like it's literally doing nothing, and that could explain why item rarity doesn't seem to have an effect. Because, like, the relative increase that you're getting versus what you already have because of the Bond Rune is basically, like, less than 2%. Which would need, like, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of maps worth of data to even, like be able to see. $721. What did I get for currency here? 17 chaos. I get 10. 13 div. 13 div. 17 chaos. 2 older sagas. 4 annulments. 4 annulments. How many greater? Perfect chaos times 3. Is that it? No graders? Yeah, that's it. Okay, no graders.
Yes. Gold is useless to me. Take it. Go.
But the crazy thing, even with like all +7 maps on this on like the white tablets dataset, it's still not even anywhere close to like the Waystone percent or the +2 random odds one. As far as like average currency drops goes. What the? No.
A useful trade. I will make use of this. Time is of the essence.
Alright, so we got 1x + 8, so we'll do another one and then write that down here.
Another step.
That's a 9 socket.
Traveled.
Reroll that. This 3 socket. Man, their rerolls without Waystone percent just usually suck. Should be able to grab basically every remnant that's here. There we go. Every remnant.
Unnecessary.
Yeah. Okay, where is the monster? There is literally supposed to be a random monster here. That's, well, I know there is, I just don't know where it's at. I really wish they would fix this. Like, there just needs to be, like, a presence range, and if, like, anything's outside of that presence range or the remnant, like, then it doesn't count as it being alive. Like, that's it. That's all that needs to happen. And it could be, like, big. It could be, like enough distance so, like, it's almost a screen. Because, like, the annoying thing is, like, the 3 screens away thing, the monsters that are spawning, like, 3 screens away that I have to go, like, hunting for. And, or, like, do what they do with, like, the Breach Stronghold. Just add in, like, little red dots for every monster that's been spawned for on the minimap for, like, a GE. Like, that would also fix the problem, so I don't have to go searching. I just know exactly where it's at based on my minimap. Because it's really annoying. Thanks for the follow, Flare. Yeah, because having to go, like, run around and, like, search for it, it takes so much time. It literally just doubles the amount of time it takes to finish a GE. If not more than doubles it. That's why, like, doing any kind of testing for anything takes so long inside a Grand Expedition because of that. Okay. This is almost done. This map sucked. Usually any map that's like 1x7 or 1x8 is like, they're never good. Like, you're never gonna get a good amount of loot on any 1x map. Lucky, all +5 or above, all is like what you want to shoot for, what the maps that are actually good on Elder Saga. 1x7, 1x9, it doesn't, it's crap. Usually. Let's see, what's this gonna give me? Literally nothing. Okay. So we got 4 annulments, two divs, so we got 2 divs, 4 annulments, and 4 chaos, and that's it. Out of that whole map. 43 rares, 172 magic, 258 on that. Another 1x8. Alright, I'm gonna get some coffee really quick. I'll be right back. I have no idea at this point, man. Like, I did more testing on it. I just got back. So I doubled up the sample size, and it's still, like, showing more 6 sockets with, like, 400 remnants tracked. It's like, I don't know how much, like, what do they want me to do? Like, put it, like, to 1,000 samples of remnants tracked to see if there's any change, you know? Like, I don't think it really matters how many sample size points I get on it. I think people are going to complain regardless. I can have like 1,000 data points on each end showing that it's like, oh, it's an increase in 6 sockets and above, and it's still people are going to like be like, oh, no, it's not, you know? And another thing is, like, I saw the dude that, like, he basically went in, he took all the data that I did, and he normalized it for, like, the map sockets, but the problem is that it was already normalized for the total socket count, right? So that's the one thing that I tried explaining that it's like I already normalized it for the total amount of sockets tracked, not the amount of sockets per map, because the amount of sockets that you have, well, the amount of ribbons on your map, it doesn't have any impact as far as like anything I can tell from like the actual loot that you get and the actual remnant socket count. That's why I was like intentionally trying to normalize the amount of sockets that I track to keep it like equal on each. That's why some of the one set had more data like maps than other set, because I was normalizing it for that. I wasn't normalizing the per map socket count because like there's no point in doing that, in my opinion. It doesn't do anything other than skew the data to basically to where it doesn't almost is irrelevant because you're normalizing it for every map versus just like the overall total sum, you know. And like I also feel the Waystone percent's better. Like I also feel like I find a ton more like 6 and 7 sockets and above on Waystone percent. Like there's, you know. So like I don't know. I'll do more testing. I'll get more data points, but like I don't think it's gonna change anything. And the other problem is if it's not Waystone percent, then what is it? Okay. Okay. So I've already basically established that effectiveness, rare item rarity, and more rare monsters does basically nothing, right? But for some reason, +2 random mod seems to increase the loot over the control set. Okay, so the only way that makes sense is if it's the Waystone percent, right? Like, if it's not the Waystone percent, then what is increasing the loot? Is it just scaling off the total amount of map mods you have? Like, it just opens up a whole nother box of questions if it's not the Waystone percent. Which, I mean, I'm down to test it. I don't mind doing that, but like, man. But yeah, for sure, I'm still convinced that it's the Waystone percent, because even after I like got more data, it still was tracking like a lot more 6 sockets and above. Like way outside like margin of error. Like if it across like 400 remnants, you would expect your margin of error for sockets to be like maybe like a 10 to 15% change, right? Not a 70% change. A 70% change is like way outside of margin of error, especially across 400 that I have tracked now.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Like right now I'm not running really any Waystone percent. This is basically just shit white tablets and the same like tier 16 map I use for all the like the loot drop tracking testing, because I'm trying to get more data points on the white tablets, because that's like been everyone's major complaint is the data points are limited. Yeah, that's exactly it. A lot of people still don't even think that Waystone percent has an effect on lineage gems either. So like, it's just like, I don't know. Can't make everyone happy. All I can do is sit there and get more data to basically further reinforce the point. You know, that's the only thing I can actually do at the end of the day. Yeah, there was a dev confirmation that lineage gems support lineage gems are affected by Waystone percent. I don't remember exactly. I know it was on one of the dev interviews. I don't remember who it was with. It was like early season dev interview. You could probably track it down and find it. And then, but yeah, people are still don't think that's a thing. I mean, I'm slowly testing it to like just give like confirmation. But like then I've heard it like two different ways, right? I've heard it like that it works, but it only works from on the waystone percent from your map. Or it only works on the waystone percent from your tablet. Like, the other sides doesn't matter. You know? So, like, that kind of changes it, too. It's like, eh. But the debate is good. I have a problem with it. If it gets more people out and actually doing like data collection and analysis, like that's like a win-win for the entire community. If they want to debate it, that's fine. Because like if it actually gets people to actually go do their own testing, then like that's just like more, you know, that's a win-win for everyone. So it's whatever. Because that's one thing I noticed a lot with, like, especially on PoE, is, like, everyone just says the X stuff works, but nobody actually, like, has any data testing or backing it. They just, like, randomly pull it out of their hat a lot of times. Okay, where is this monster? Yo, like, actually... See, this is the thing that's an irritation about this. Right there, like that should not be a thing. I should not have to go hunting for it. It should just be right there. But yeah, that's for sure. Like, it doesn't, like... So, in my opinion, like, the debate is a good thing. It doesn't really bug me. I'd rather have the debate and have more people go out and actually get data and do testing than, like, nobody even question it. And then just, like, blindly, like, follow it. It's like... Because, like, the more data, the better. Especially, like, because it just helps everyone. Like, I got a separate spreadsheet with, like, where I did, like, 100 of the expedition boss kills so far. And it's, like, with, like, white tablets and maps to, like, test, sorry, with just white, maps to test for the lineage gem actual impact and find the actual, like, the base level drop chance. But I think I need, like, another 100 kills to do that before I can actually start doing that, which is kind of why I'm just doing this at the same time. Yeah, exactly. That's what I noticed too. A lot of people don't even bother looking at the data. They just like go and just read the conclusion, and don't even bother actually looking at the data. And another thing is, like, I've seen a lot too, is everyone's like, oh, there's not enough sample size. It's like, I don't know how much sample size you want. There's like 300 maps of data right there, and 400 remnants tracked. Like, at what point is there enough sample size? I think a big problem, especially with the lineage, with the Waystone socket testing, they see that there's only like 20 maps worth of data, and they say, oh, that's not enough sample size to get a good remnant read. But like, what they don't realize is in those 20 maps, there's 400 remnants tracked. You know. On each set. And the other big one that I've seen a lot is people saying, "Oh, the rare monsters work," and there is enough sample size there to basically say it doesn't. You know, like nothing can change. Nothing really changes the pack size. So we got one one div, one and all, one perfect exalt, and that was really it. That entire map. Okay, that map is terrible. That's kind of why I'm just like expanding on the white test right now, as far as the white tablet loot currency tracking tests. I'm just doubling up the sample size on that really quickly, because like I figure like if I get everything to like a 50 data point sample size, like at that point there's like very little room for interpretation, and then everyone can stop saying anything about it, because like at that point it doesn't matter. 50 maps is equivalent of like 1,000 currency drops to track against, like, at that point, like, outliers aren't going to make a huge impact. So that's my current plan. Another thing I could do is I could basically run blue tablets with the same like tier 16 map that I did all the other loot tracking testing with, and just run like item rarity, and then just do like monster rarity, and then just do like effectiveness with just those mods on it at max tier on blue tablets. But like that's 120 more maps to do. I mean, I can do it, but like I don't think it's gonna do anything. Like, because I can explain away why item rarity doesn't work. Because of the bonder. I can't explain why effectiveness, rare monsters, and monster rarity doesn't work. You can basically, if you look at the atlas here, you can basically explain away item rarity with the bond rune here, because figure when a monster has like 20 mods, right, on it from bond rune, you're getting 100% rarity from this, right? And it's getting another 100% rarity from this. So, like, when you're pushing, like, 20 mods on a rare monster from Bond Rune, that's, like, 2,000%. And that would explain why map rarity, like, is 70% at the high end, as high as it can go. And, why tablet rarity, it's, like, 36% doesn't do any effect, because when you're adding, like, 100% to 2,000%, it's only a 5% change, mathematically. So you could explain why item rarity doesn't work like that, but like, it doesn't explain why effectiveness doesn't seem to have an impact, nor does like monster rarity or more rare monsters. It also doesn't explain why, +2 random map mods has such a huge impact either. Like, none of that makes sense. In that case. The only thing that actually has any kind of, like, tracking, like, as far as, like, it making sense is Waystone percent. Being a scalar. Okay, so we got a locked in opulent. We got that. What do we got here for locked in ones? Locked in, that's kind of mid, but whatever. Crater, Utrids. We're gonna go with the gray. What are we locking in here? Anything even worth it? No. We're just gonna reroll. Hope we get something that's locked in a little bit better. I mean, it could just be a simple, like, fact that you get your Waystone percent completely scales the remnants, and then, like, the actual loot is... It doesn't. It doesn't seem to do anything. Like, none of the stuff that gives you 50% more rare monsters does anything. Because then if that buff worked, I'd be able to, like, look at, like, all the frigid maps here, and, like, average out and then track it against every single, like, there's 140, in the first 3 sheets, there's, like, 120, 150 something data points on those first 3 sheets. Like, I should be able to, like, look at frigid, and, like, average it out against everything else to see if it's, like, doing anything. Like, if Frigid is like that, but it doesn't. It doesn't have, like, any real noticeable impact on the actual average of rare monsters. And that's why literally I bought that map device. I literally bought that map device just for this testing. So that I could be like, so I thought I can actually, like, confirm everything like that, you know? Because I figured that map device is the only way I can actually accurately track rare monster spawns. Okay, I missed one over here. If it's not got anything good on it, I'm just gonna go. I mean, it's high socket, but like nothing really fancy or important there. Compared to the amount of remnants I'd have to give up to get it. Okay, that one I can get though. Okay, and you know another one that doesn't work? You should see and you would be... Okay, so basically all the monsters from the Remnants are runic monsters, right? Why does every map that has runic monster duplicated not have a massive outlier on pack size? Because it doesn't work, you know? Like, you should see runic... How many divs did you make in the last hour? God, I don't even know. I didn't even track. It's over 60 or 70. On, like, white maps. Or white tablets right now. Like, runic monsters, they're duplicated. It doesn't do anything. Like, you should see that mod on an Alder Saga map and be like, oh my god, this map's gonna be amazing, right? Like, but like, you see that mod and it's like, oh, that's just another useless mod. It doesn't actually even function. Which would make sense because rare monsters doesn't function. So, nothing, if that doesn't work, that means more than likely, if rare monsters and that doesn't work, that means pack size doesn't work. That means monster rarity probably is a good bet that it doesn't work. Because all of those affect, like, actual pack size, you know? And how many rare monster spawns you get. I am dead. If I don't get up, like, right now. I was, like, sprinting. Not paying attention. So, anyways, the only way to answer it and to, like, basically put everyone to rest and, like, basically make sure everyone, the data is as accurate, because, like, I don't want to go, like, spreading, like, bad misinformation, right? Like, I don't, like, that's why I'm doing the testing, that's why I'm tracking it, so I'm just not, like, pulling random numbers out of my hat here. Like, I want to actually, like, be spreading, like, actual, like, working information that actually is, like, confirmed to be true. That's why I'm, like, doing more data point testing right now. So... but the only way to 100% confirm it is basically just more data. Like, that's why, like, I last night, after I saw that other Reddit post where he normalized the socket counts on every map, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna go, and everyone was complaining about the sample size, I'm like, okay, I'll just go double the sample size, you know? Took me like 3 hours to do it, did it, there was no change. So now I'm just doubling up the sample size on like the white tablet control tests, and then I will go double up the sample size on the Waystone percent tests, just to like remove the sample size part of the debate from everyone's thing, you know? Oh, I won't. I actually enjoy this. This is like fun for me. I don't mind doing this. Because I want to do I want to do like lineage gem testing too. Because like so I have no doubt in my mind that Waystone percent works for lineage gems. Where my question is how does Jado in the forest biome impact it? Does it go base drop rate, Waystone percent, then X forest, like so that's a 50% multiplier, and then X Jado, or does it put Jado and forest on the same into the same multiplicative bucket, or does that or do those two just get added to the actual like Waystone percent bucket? Like that stuff we can find out through testing, you know? But it's to properly do that, it's gonna be hundreds and hundreds of boss kills. So like, I need to run Alder Sagas there anyway. I need to run through expeditions anyways to get more bosses to spawn. So I might as well just do this testing at the same time, you know. Plus, there's not really much else to do. Like, I don't really need a bunch of currency. My build's good. I mean, I could use like 700 divs for a mage blood to like make pathing faster. I would love to have like an evasion mage blood with movement speed and attack speed on it, just like to make some of the like the pathing and the runes and the remnant setup faster. But I was looking at that like yesterday. They're like 700 div for that, for the setup that I would want. Another thing that I know how to isolate it already, that I want to test, is the effect of item rarity on the remnant drops, like if that actually does have an effect. So so I did a bunch of tests with tier 16s using, with 120% tier 16s, I believe it was, or maybe it was tier 15s. Anyways, so with a duo partner there, because we were testing for so you know that Herodic Shield of the Red Blade that doubles everything's monster power basically in your presence. We were testing if that had any like noticeable impact on the loot. so we did like 30 maps with and without it, but I could use that as a control set since it didn't do anything to test if like bringing in a rarity color with like 700% rarity increased the loot, and that would basically help us determine if item rarity on your gear plays a role too. Like that would be an interesting one to do as well. And for that one, I was using 150% Waystone percent tier 15s. $16 rare monsters, 229 magic, 541. Why is that 30 font size? Okay, and then what do I have for currency there? We got 3 divs, 2 annuls, 13 chaos. So 3, 2, 13, and 2 annulments. 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay. And another thing is, I've definitely seen more positive reports about the Waystone percent than I have, like, negative people saying it doesn't work. Too. And I, like, from my own experience, I could say, like, I do see a lot more 6 sockets and above with that. Alright, so... God, I've already ran through almost 10 maps today on this here. I don't really even care if this has 4 rumors on it. I have way over sustained my Elder Sagas today. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're good. See, I'm tracking the all +7 maps here anyways, but like, I can actually just exclude those from the data because they're guaranteed to be outliers, and they're so rare that I don't want that they just skew data points. But like, I am still gonna track them, because like, if that gives us spawn rate info that like is important to have, like, on everything.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Squirrel. Like, that's, I'm also seeing, like, it. So, like, I don't know, that's why I kind of, like, I'm gonna get more data, try to put, like, everyone, like, settle everyone down here. Because I'm seeing the same thing. Okay, so what was that one locked in over here? This locked in power. Okay. Power is important. Power is almost as important as bond. This is opulent. Okay, what's this one here? This is locking in. Okay, we're gonna re-roll that. That doesn't have anything that's good that's locked in. See, I have yet to, I don't even know if I have the Muir Remnant recipe at this point. I'm gonna be honest. Because I have yet to see it. Can press B. I don't even know what the bind is on controller. It's not B. It doesn't work. I know the keyboard and mouse bind is B, but yeah, I'm not sure the controller bind. You know, another thing that's like dropped in price since the Waystone percent thing? Now, since I put out that Waystone percent video, the price of Alder's Legacies has come down by 50%. The price of like Alder's Sagas has also dropped by a good 25%. So, if we just look at the market, you can see some changes there too, you know? Like, it's like a couple of, like, a weekend before that video, those Alder's Legacies were 300 div. Now they're 156. Speaking of which, I really haven't seen any since I got all my boons. I mean, it's still super profitable on the raw drops. Like, you still make, like, I still, like, obviously, I pay for my maps, at least, and the tablets, just off the raw div drops, usually. Like, right now, I'm, like, I'm way in the clear on that, like, as far as that goes. Well, but one thing I will do, I will probably run some tests on just random blue tablets that just have like item rarity, effectiveness, etc. And then we can compare that to the controls setup here, and then like that'll basically put those to bed for sure. I'm not gonna bother testing rare monsters because like it does literally like we already know that does nothing. But it doesn't hurt the item to double check item rarity and effectiveness. Same thing with monster rarity. I don't think that's gonna hurt to check it. RM, are you still in here? Oh. So basically on all of the testing for like glue drops, this was before I knew that effectiveness didn't do anything. It was like the same tier 16 Waystone with like 85% Waystone percent and like 70% effectiveness every single time. So I have to keep using that Waystone on like anything where I'm doing currency tracking testing just to keep it consistent. I can't like just like, oh, I'm gonna use this kind of Waystone. I can't do that because that just will automatically like add in extra variables that could change the data. So like if I'm doing like random tablet testing, I have to use that same tier 16 that I did on every other test. If I could though, I would much rather use like a 150% tier 15. For a all plus 7 map, that sucked. 513 105. Okay. Yeah, literally, that was all +7 and it dropped 3 div. So I'll show you the Waystone right now. Okay, so basically for all of the testing that I did with like the Waystone to determine that like Waystone percent was doing nothing, I used this one. This is what I had to use on every single test. Because this was like, it's the same every time. It's really easy to control it. It literally has no other mods on it that could be skewing it other than the Waystone percent. So I figured like this map was like the one to go with for like the loot currency drop testing. Because it just actually did, it was like super easy to control and it was only like 5 divs a pop right there at the time. So I was making profit enough to like sustain it. So that's why I ended up going with that. Considering before I got on, I basically burned every single raw div I had buying maps, and I now have 74, and that's without liquidating anything. So let's see, in 2 hours I've made 74 raw div without liquidating anything, so I'm probably over 100 here. Not bad. And that's not including all the Elder Sagas I've found. I found like 5 of them today. So, like, I'm probably pushing 200 div. Yeah, so the biggest thing I do when I'm trying to do this kind of testing is I want to control as many of the variables as I possibly can to, like, make sure there's, like, as little variance from, like, outside variables other than what I'm actually trying to test as I possibly can. And the way to do that is literally just, just use the same map every time, try and use the same tablets every time. Okay, what do we got here? This is locked in time. I'm just gonna go for that. Okay, that was mid. Reroll. I can stay locked in power. But I honestly think that one of the biggest determining factors on loot, even now, still remains to be the way you set your runes up. Like, the way you're chaining your runes together. Like, the difference between a good chain with, like, a bond rune early in and a bad chain with no bond rune is, like, multiple divs. Like, this I can already tell is maybe going to be a 2-div map. Just from what, like, everything has on it here, it's not going to be good. Well, like, if we looked at the Waystone, I even switched back to Desert. Another thing I was thinking, by the way, everyone in chat, so I know I initially said that water biome might be better than, like, best, but I was actually thinking about it. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it still does affect it. So I know that I said water biome is technically the best bet, but like think about how many like raw exalts drop. Chaos Swamp might be better than water because it can turn 10% of your exalts into chaos orbs, and like there's so many exalts that drop, I completely filter them out. So like you could possibly potentially pull another 10 chaos a map doing that, which might be a little more consistent than water. Because, like, a lot of times you're not trying to path for chests, you're trying to path for remnants. Yo, what's up, Timmy? I am using desert right now because that's what I use for every other test, so I have to keep that consistent. This map is terrible. I say this should be like a 3-div map. Based on the rune setup. I apparently didn't put anything in that one. Oops. You just, yeah. 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 I can see it. Three, literally, I literally said it was going to be 3 eggs, 3 divs, and it drops 3 divs. That's how you know I've done this way too much. I'm 100% there with you. Like, I honestly am, like, still on the train that the Waystone percent is scaling remnant sockets. Because it's the only thing that makes any sense right now.
Time is of the essence. Good day.
There's literally nothing else that makes any kind of sense as to how it works, other than that. Star Drinker, something fishy, wild roaming free. Cold as ice, something fishy. That's 3. This could be 3 or it could be 4 or more. I'm gonna go for it. Watch it be 3. Whatever, if it is. 1, 2, 3. That's fine. Baronol +6, so I'm going to need alchemy orbs, 3 stacks of exalts, and another tablet that is white. Okay, what do we got here? Regal, Greater Chaos. What are we locking in? Oath. Okay. It's over here. Locking in Wisdom. That's shit. Okay. Potion of Alder. Really bad rune setup, and there's only like 5, only a handful of remnants here. Another Wisdom. The only good thing on this map was that Tim Divide drop right there. So far. Man, if that hit Alder Saga, it would have been good. But it hit Astrids. So, like, basically we're locking in, like, 7 Wisdom runes. Yay. What was down here again? Okay, yeah, that's a shitty Wisdom rune again. Okay, so just keep going this way. Go for the 10 div drop here. I don't think this is... Alright. Now I just gotta juice the boxes. I didn't bring Wisdom Scrolls, damn it. Gotta go be right back. What is your main, am I using? Falling Thunder is my main attack. And it does, like, attack power. God, what is that? It's over 100 million DPS. I can tell, like, it's well over 100 million DPS. Once everything's going.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Basically, the way it works is I basically just use Siphoning Strike as my generator for power charges. Once on full power charges, I just drop Falling Thunder and it just deletes anything on my screen. In one shot, generally.
Corruption is not.
This is gonna be a really bad map though. I'm thinking maybe, if I'm lucky, like 5 divs, 6 divs. Well, actually no, it's gonna be more than that because I got the guaranteed 10 divs. Without the 10 divs, it's gonna be like, without that, it would have been terrible. You know another thing that doesn't work? Like, even on the, like, so, like, basically all the Strongbox monsters are runic, right? They have all the runic modifiers and all that stuff. Runic monsters are duplicated doesn't even work on these. Because I've had, like, all +5 Baronetals or, like, or above that were, like, runic monsters are duplicated, and, like, those, like, that should create massive outliers. It doesn't. On, like, pack size and monster count. So it doesn't even work on the mobs from your Strom boxes. So I don't know what the point of runic monsters that are duplicated is. It doesn't really seem to do anything. Wasting a spot on Alder Saga. That's the point of it. It's just a waste of spot on for Alder Saga modifiers. You're not wrong. I would rather have extra bombs or like bomb radius or anything like that over runic monsters are duplicated. Okay, 10, 14, and then I'll mark that down as it was a all +10 maps there, so we'll put that down as a 10x div map so we know. So that it was not just a random, like, Baron Atoll map that was like 10 raw div. 5, 1 chaos. And that was 4 divs if it wasn't for the 1 chaos. If it wasn't for the 10x. 104, 406, and 397.
What is it? I will make use of this. Indeed.
Okay, Lash Law +5. Doing that free roll mats, yeah. So even with tracking like multiple O+7s, this is still technically going like tracking for worse as like worse on the currency tracking side of this
Another step.
than 40% waystone percent. And the rerolls with 0% waystone is so bad. Okay. So yeah, it doesn't make any... You sure nothing over here was good, right? I don't think anything was. Before I like full commit to going to the other side. Yeah, nothing was. Okay. Yeah, I'll switch to 40% waystone tablets again after I finish, like, after I get this to, like, 40 sample size. I only need, like, a handful more maps. I don't need to do just +2 blue random mods because I've done like 40 samples on that set. But the two that I didn't push past like 20 was white and 40% waystone percent. Yo, what's up, Rossa? I'm just basically increasing the sample size on like the white waystone testing and the and I'm gonna get more samples on the 40% waystone tablet testing for like loot tracking, because like I didn't do a lot of samples, they're only like 20, so I'm gonna get them to 40 because everyone just keeps complaining the sample size on those is like overall too low. So figure push it up to 40 and then like that should fix that complaint. And then I can do, and then like once that's done, I can do like more testing, like basically just full isolate item rarity, monster effectiveness, etc., and test that. That way, like, there's like without any doubt that that stuff's not doing anything. Well, I doubled the sample size on the socket testing, right, already? So I took that from like 200 tracked remnants up to 4, and it really didn't change much. There's still like a outside of margin of error like increase in 6 sockets and above, and like outside of margin of error decrease in like 4 and 3 sockets across like 200 remnants. So like that's still like tracking that it's doing some, like the waystone percent's doing something, but being able to cross-reference it against like actual like loot tracking too is going to be good. Like with more sample size will be decent. Like I still 100% think that like waystone percent is doing something for the loot scaling in here. Because it's the only thing that makes any sense, but still. $15, 2 raw div, no, 4 raw div, 4 raw div, 15 chaos, 2 greater chaos. That was it. Okay. $457. All right.
Go on. As expected, time is of the essence.
Basically, just get it up to the point where, like, with, like, I don't know, after, like, 40 or 50 maps worth of tracking, there's not really, like, anything that's gonna, like, drastically swing it one way or another. And, like, you have a good read on, like, that, with, especially with, like, outliers and everything else, you can still read that pretty well there.
Another
You might be wrong, but you always see better loot with the monster power increase. Interesting. Because, like, when we tested it, it was, like, right within the margin of error. Okay, where's the 1+7 here? Man, the rerolls are so bad. Oh, there it is. 3 orbs of annulment. And, okay, so that's 5 orbs of annulment. Okay. There's a lot of bombs for basically nothing. I need to open the window and, like, turn on the fan. I'll be right back. Give me, like, 1 second here. Okay. That's better. Last 2 days were pretty rough loot-wise. That's fair. I mean, it's hit or miss what I get, honestly. Like, today's been alright. Annulments. 34 rare monsters is terrible. 83 and 230 with how many? 4 divs, 1 perfect exalt, so 4 div, 5 annuls, and 1 perfect exalt. And 3 chaos. Alright, 2 more maps on this and it'll put it to 40 data points. And basically doubled it up. And the circle warm, and warm, cold. Okay. Warm, cold, and cold. I am making money today on this though, like so far. Like I'm not losing money. But it's not like I'm making a ton either though. Sorry if there's like background noise from the fans. It was like 90 in my room. I had to like open the windows and turn on the fans and like start exhausting some of the PC heat out. Do this map, then there's gonna be like a 1x7, and then it should be like an all +5, and then that should be enough to finish this data set. At 40. Tracked maps. And then I'll do some more on Waystone percent. Oh, my falling feather goes. That's because I have Nova projectiles on it.
Another step on the...
Oh, that's shit. Alright, what are we looking at here? I mean, either way, it's crap. There's just literally not a lot of remnants here at all, is there? I literally grabbed every remnant except for the locked-in one that's giving you a wisdom room at the very start here. This map is like mid. Man, a 1x7 or 1x anything is just so bad. No matter what you do, 1x anything is terrible. The only time it's not been, the only time I don't mind 1x7 is stacking like 150 waystone percent chance because it literally the rerolls just seem to actually do something and you end up with like a bunch of 8 or 9 sockets. Come on.
I must maintain a fine balance.
So. A 5x on what, waystone percent? Setup? 145%. Oof. Geez, so like but I mean, if you only had opulent, then you didn't really have anything good.
It is useless to me.
So here's what I think. So if Waystone percent isn't the scaler, there's only there's only a couple other things that would determine the loot and like make sense, right? Like, if it's not Waystone percent, it's either the reason the item already doesn't work is Bond Rune, and the reason that we were seeing an increase in Waystone percent is, as far as loot goes, it could be scaling off your total amount of modifiers. It could, but like, I'm literally, I don't know. For sure. I'm still leaning heavily towards Waystone percent being the main primary, like, scaler on the sockets. Here. Once I get the Waystone percent, loot tracking data a little bit, like, more solid, we'll have a better picture. Because, like, that means we can compare, like, multiple data points in areas. Like, oh, Waystone percent overall shows a increase in loot over white tablets type thing with just that, you know? Craggy, and then this is all +5. This will be the last round on this setup here. All +5. Locked in Bond Room from the start.
Road less traveled.
Okay, so now I know that's going to be decent. This is going to be a good run. I still think Bond Rune is the most powerful out of everything. Elder Saga. Not really a lot of opulent runes that I need to worry about here. As in, there's basically no opulent runes on this entire map. I am definitely seeing a lot less Alder Sagas on this setup than I was on the other setup, though. When I was using a bunch of Waystone percent, like, I found like 2. Yeah, see, that, like, that like, makes it worth it. Easy money. I actually haven't seen a good 10 socket since I got all my boons. Like, I haven't seen one. I got all my boons and then I stopped seeing them completely. I was finding like 1 every day, or even 2 a day, and then I got all my boons and they basically stopped spawning. For the 10 sockets, I don't know why. Yeah, like, I almost wonder, because if there's some sort of bug that if you have all the boons, it doesn't spawn those 10 sockets with the Alder's Legacy in it anymore. Because you would think, like, because I have been tracking it, I've seen a whopping 1 across every single test that I've done. And, like, the only thing that's changed is I have all my boons. And I've had them since, like, right after I started testing. Okay, so I'm just unlucky apparently. God, I still haven't seen a Mage Blood drop either yet. One greater, 3 chaos, 4 div. So 4, 3, 1, 4, and an Elder Saga. I'm gonna honestly just use that on Alder Saga on some like random area here to just so I can keep going. Versus not even worrying about putting it on a good area. I'll just like pop it off like right where I'm already at. Warbird Rescue, Origin of the Fall. Anything else there? Blastafall. Bleak and Awful, that's 2. The last of all, nothing to drink warm but risky. Frigid and Lucky. Yeah, that one was nice. There, I'm gonna finish up here, and then I'm gonna move over there. Thanks for the follow, by the way. This will be 40. You were following one of my builds in D4 like 2 years ago?
Step on the road less traveled.
God, I haven't played I played last season, but like I mean there's just not a lot of like as far as like in-game for D4, it's literally just like go farm pit and like get nothing out of it. So I don't know, I kinda got burnt on it. That's bad. Reroll that. Again, Wisdom Rune. The problem with the Wisdom Rune is it locks out your ability to get Opulent Runes. That's bad. God, this is a really bad map. Like, just off what's locked in so far, it's really bad. Yeah, basically I stopped playing after Vessel of Hatred. I came back last season, and then basically literally none of the complaints I had about the game had been fixed or changed. Like, which is basically, like, there's literally nothing to do at in-game other than, like, to push pit, and there's, like, no reward for doing that. So then, like, this season I was just like, I'm not even gonna bother. This is mid. Alright, whatever. You know, like, I'm still enjoying this, so like, there's not much reason to go back for that. So honestly, if Diablo could figure out a way to make their in-game like have like even like 50% of the depth as PoEs, I think it would be a lot better of a game. But like, man, doing pit over and over and over and over again and tower for no reward is basically just it's boring. Like, the whole Diablo endgame consists of, like, smashing bosses, to then go run through, like, RNG pit, to then go run through, like, yeah, I don't know, you know? And I think it's honestly just gotten worse. Like now with now that like every unique is randomly rolled and everything like that, it just like there's still like no in-game like trading system other than like the website, which like last season like you couldn't even get the items you wanted on there because like nobody listed them. So yeah, definitely think PoE is just a better game, honestly. Okay, there is something here that is stopping that from spawning. After this one, I'm gonna switch tablets, and then I'm gonna go to a different area, and go to the new area that I just opened up. There should be like 40 maps for the GE maps is like, it should be, that's enough sample size. This stuff does, like... I took, like, 50% more rare monsters, too, and it does nothing. That's one thing I don't get, right? Like, why are these the fixes in here if they don't actually function anything? 50% more rare monsters. Runic monsters are duplicated. Like, item rarity. Why are they even in here if they're not functioning and doing anything? Like, I think the way they function is it works on, like, the monster markers that nobody chases. It just does nothing for the remnants. I don't even remember which one has recipes in it because I've never literally seen it, and like I don't remember the last time I saw it. Here, because I'm pretty sure I don't have the mirror recipe.
I carry few possessions. I don't have room for that.
This map's done. Alright, so what did I get for loot? 2 divs, that's terrible. Okay, so now I am done with white tablets. 2 divs, 1 chaos, and that was literally it. What was the monster count? 64 rares. 203. Then 398. Okay, we'll do this set now. So now I need waystones with just 40%. Tablets with just 40% waystone percent on them.
Go on. Gold is useless to me.
It literally didn't really change the results at all. Going and doubling the sample size, even with as many like all plus 7s as I got in here, and with as many of the like raw 10 div drops as I got in here, it didn't change this like the overall results, like almost at all. It gave it an extra div per, but dropped everything else. That's why I was like, I don't think the sample size is the problem at this point. Irradiated, and I need waystones, 40, 10, and I need blue tablets for this.
What's new? Let's see if there are any takers. Yes?
Yes? Gold is useless to me. Take it.
Yeah, either experience or just nothing else but the waystone percent on it.
You've got some goods in. You've got some goods in. Come check out what came in for you.
The reason I go for experience is because that doesn't change anything as far as like the actual amount of loot you get.
It's your
It doesn't do
lucky day.
anything at all. Alright, so that'll work. Now I have that. To the new area. God, it's gonna do that weird. That's annoying. I'm just gonna go over there manually. It's up here, right? Yeah, right here. Okay, so I need to do this map. Random tier 15 out. These can go back in my bank. I honestly don't think the increased sample size is going to change the end result at all. Like going through and doubling the sample size on the waystone percent tests in the socket tests, I don't think it's gonna do anything for the actual end result. I think basically everything's gonna stay within like right where it was already at. And like if I go through and I remove the maps like that have like a guaranteed plus 10 divs, and not even just remove them, but I just like remove like 10 divs from that, like it literally did not change. Doing another 20 maps did not change anything. For the raw currency drops. That took an unusually amount of hits to kill him. Alright, so 40% Waystone tablets.
It's your lucky day.
With the same tiers, the exact same Waystone I've used for every other test. Scorched on the lucky, so go over here, we write that down.
Another step on the road less traveled.
That should give it enough room to actually reach right here. Yeah, it does. Okay, grab that. Go over here. Grab both of these. What is that, death? That can stay. Reroll that. Power. Okay. What's down here? That's rebirth. There's a lock-in. Like, I can already tell you right now, the rerolls feel better. Like, I don't even need to, like have any extra to, like, test. The rerolls are just, like, better. Unluckies with the Waystone percent. If the bomb size is so big here, I don't really need to leave that one remnant off on the side there. This one, no, it's 8. This is the same 70% I've used on it. This is basically just using the tablets. That's the only thing that's changed. It's basically the same test that I've done everything on every other one. So it's like the same, like 70% effectiveness, 85% waste or percent map that I've done on all the the loot tracking testing. So the only thing giving me any kind of extra bonuses right now is literally the 40% waste stones on the tablets. Only reason I'm doing more of this is like I honestly don't see it changing the overall statistics of what the findings are. But like since everyone was complaining that there needs to be more sample size, I figured, you know, I'll just go double it up today on everything, and then like if they still want to complain about sample size, then everyone can just go test this themselves. Like, you know. Another thing I could do is I could do isolated testing on like item rarity and effectiveness. Granted, I already 99% sure neither one of those do anything for this, but like just grab blue tablets with nothing but item rarity or effectiveness on them. And run through 40 of those, but like I don't see it, like I don't see the point in that. Other than to like try and make like everyone happy and stop complaining. Yeah. 167, 69, so there's 69, 1... 167 and 466. What was the divs count there? 6 divs. 6 chaos. 1 greater.
It's your lucky day.
As expected. Of course.
Another thing that doing this kind of like testing here on will prove is that if it is just the waystone percent scaling it, it should be almost like close to identical, like after enough sample size, to the +2 random map mods. On blue testing. It'll just give like 3 data references, like comparisons to like prove that it is waystone percent is doing something, and or disprove it. I don't really care either way, personally.
Another step on the road.
Okay, so I either go this way, which has 1, 2. Actually, that's a locked-in bond. Hit you later. Going to try to work on your character. 2300, 3% evasion, but what? Okay, so we've got opulent there, opulent here. What's over here? So it's either I lock in bond off the start or I lock in opulent off the start. I don't get both. But the problem is I lock in opulent off the start, then I have to worry about that wisdom rune right there, which is bad. Either way, I'm locking in a wisdom rune though. Oh, I have 20 bombs. I could potentially go over here and get these two then. Okay, there's no really big socket ones left over there. Question is, how many bombs does it take me to get down there? Almost all of them. Hmm. This map is gonna suck. Too many locked-in wisdom runes. We're talking maybe, if I'm lucky, I'll get like 7-6 div. But then again, we do have the power rune, which is almost equivalent to the bond rune as far as like increasing currency drops. Power rune is just like insane for current. Power and bond are by far the two best. Which is weird because increasing monster power on testing that, it didn't even affect the loot. But when you do it through the runes, it actually does. More DPS, but no data by cure right now, and you just need some lucky drops. Hmm. Interesting. What build, are you running my build here, Kevin? Okay, do you have a rite of passage charm yet? If you get an, you can pick up an owl charm for fairly cheap, and that should increase your DPS pretty heavily. And it also will give you more energy shield, like an increased 50% energy shield for 20 seconds after you kill a rare, so it'll help with your survivability too. I did not want to do that. Three, 1, 0. You need to rework your skill tree too? I see.
You've got some good things.
Okay, what was on that? Critical damage issue. Eh. Okay. I was like, oh, that could be worth money, and then I actually looked at it. It's like, oh, it's kind of mid. Merchant, Beacon Awful in this class. Let's try at least Beacon Awful in this. That's 3. That's 4. Okay. Another all plus 7? Bro, what is with my luck on these all plus 7s today? I mean, at least it's good because it levels out the all plus 7s on this set with the all plus 7s on the other set, on the white set. So, like, I can actually, those don't leave, like, some massive outliers.
Fancy seeing you.
But I don't expect to see a change. I really don't expect to see any kind of, like, significant change in, like, the average currency drops or, like, the data. That is pointing towards, like, Waystone percent being, like, impactful towards the loot in here. Because that's why I put out the original videos, is because, like, I had enough data to, and enough, like, things that were corroborating that to, like, know for it. What do you mean an owl? So you see how this is? You look here? See how this is right up passion possessed by the spirit of the cat? And get one that says possessed by the spirit of the owl. Just look for it on the trade on the trade site. That'll be pretty impactful because it's like 50% increased energy shield And then on top of that, it's like 80% increased damage, and then like 60% damage is extra cold damage or something like that. So it'll not only, you know, it'll give you more survivability, it'll give you more damage, and everything else. So it's, the cat is better because it's more attack speed, more movement speed, more crit chance, but like it's also like 300 div compared to 20 div for an owl. Oh, you have 8 div? I don't know how much Owl is going for. It was like 20 div like weeks ago. It's probably cheaper now. Okay. Scorched, all +5. Oh, lucky drops from just doing questing. That's fair. There, let's see. What are we locking in here? Nothing particularly of like... Oh, I did bring rerolls. I gotta go fix that. You grab reroll items.
That's what came in for you.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Dying on tier 8s isn't giving you too much loot. That is, fair. If I knew how much div I was gonna need for if I didn't already know how much div I was gonna need for testing, I would just go buy you one, but I'm basically at the point where I need every single div that I can get my hands on. Yeah, honestly though, the biggest upgrade, the biggest thing you can do is getting a Rite of Passage charm. Like it will basically be the biggest single upgrade you can get. Because they just do so much. They increase damage, survivability. You gotta think, 50% increased energy shield is a lot. Just for killing a rare mob. And then like another like 60% damage is extra cold damage or whatever the Owl Charm gives on top of like an 80% increased like additive damage bonus. That's huge. You can join you and you can give one to him. Up here. Kevin, are you in Discord? Are you in the Discord? Oh, you don't have Discord. Okay. Here, give me a second. Here, it said to add here, add there, add that name, and he says he'll give you one. He has one spare. Kevin. Welcome back, Best. No. It doesn't matter if you're on PlayStation or PC. You can still add. You can still join up with people and add them. It's crossplay. It's like you're looking views. What does that mean? Oh, that's whatever. I don't stress it. Honestly, I almost never pay attention to how many people are watching. Like, I just don't. I don't think it's good for that to be a metric that you, like, constantly stress out and, like, focus on. Because you should, like, act the same no matter, like, if there's 10 people watching or nobody watching. So, like, I half the time I don't even pay attention to it. The 930 spirit with a 94% spirit reservation. Every minute now you have every persistent minions. Nice. I'm using Falling Thunder on like martial artists. I just basically delete the screen anytime I drop my Falling Thunder. Hold on. Persimmon 30 powered zealots and a gargantuan wasp. Nice. And this map sucked. I haven't paid attention. Have I gotten any? No, I haven't got a single div. Ooh. I have even a repeat of what you were doing earlier, where you got 0 divs, Squirrel. 100 all plus 5. Oh, sure, let's see. Love your content so far, man. Keep it up. Thanks. I'm working on it. Right now, I'm kind of just trying to, like, expand the sample size on, like, the Remnant testing, like, as far as, like, the loot currency tracking. I'm starting to, like, double it up. What do you like to run at League Start? It honestly just depends. This season, I was running, I think it was Abyss, and then I switched to Breach, and then I switched to this. I also did like the meta ritual setup for like one set of tablets, but it was like mainly just like 200% Delirium city maps with Breach or Abyss. That was what I was doing League Start this season. All right. This actually wasn't terrible. I'm gonna be honest though, it's still looking like it's not gonna change like doubling up the sample size on the white tablet testing and the testing on this, it's literally looking like it's not gonna change anything. It's still gonna be like Waystone percent is ahead. Like even on currency drops. So originally, what I was trying to figure out, so I was like trying to test it. The original thing was I bought this map device, and the original testing, I was trying to figure out if like effectiveness, item rarity, or like monster rarity was better for loot. And then I ran like 40 maps with like the meta, like the +2 map mods, effectiveness plus monster rarity, and then like did the same thing with like rare monsters, and the same thing with item rarity. And then I was like, after like 40 maps on Ethages, I realized there's no change. The loot's the same on all 3 sets. So then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do white tablets. And so then I tested the white tablets and the loot was different. Then I did just the +2 map mods, and it was almost identical to the effectiveness setup, the item rarity setup, and the monster rarity setup as far as like average currency drops. I'm like, okay, so there's only like one thing that could be explaining that, why +2 map mods is working when effectiveness, monster rarity, item rarity is not. And that was the +2 map mods is adding extra Waystone percent. So then I just target tested that, and it was like, that seemed to be what was causing it. Granted, I'm grabbing more data too. I doubled up the socket testing last night as far as the data, and it basically didn't change it. It's still like a significant increase in like 6 sockets and above. But right now I'm just testing the blue tablets with just Waystone percent right now. It was the only thing that fit and made sense. So, yeah, here. Okay, Golly all +7. This should be good. Obviously, like, so far it's looking like just gathering more data is literally just further solidifying and confirming the original theory is like the Waystone percent being the thing that was like triggering everything. Which, I don't care either way, as long as, like, I just want to know, like, what is actually working in here. Okay, bond room, we want that. Okay, what else do we got here? We're gonna reroll that one. How many bombs do I have here? The problem with Golly is... Okay, so I need to get it, like, closer. Like right there, maybe? Yeah, there we go. You can't ever get to all the thingies. Mid. Okay, what's this one got? Reroll. Reroll. No Elder Sagas. This is weird. And div. Three annulments. Shit. Elder's Legacy. That's a Alder's Legacy is huge. 10 socket. You also build. I have a build guide for the build that I'm running. I usually like put one out every season for whatever I'm deciding to do. I don't usually like follow other people's guides. I kind of just do my own thing. But yeah. So this season I'm using Falling Thunder on like Martial Artist. So if this thing, my build right now does like 150 million DPS. So there's not much reason to go higher than that. I mean, I can make some upgrades to it, but like at the same time, it's like I don't need to. So why spend the money when I could spend that same money testing? You know? Costal, thanks for the generous offer, but you're just getting off work and you're not home yet. Okay, Kevin, I just saw that. Yeah, so I usually will I don't have like a video build guide up. Like everyone keeps asking for one. I need to do it. I just haven't done it. I've been like so preoccupied with doing all the testing and everything that I just haven't gotten around to it yet. If I play it, if I get all the testing and stuff done and I play the mini league, I'll probably use the same build, yeah. Just because it's so strong that like it doesn't take a ton of gear to get it going. Because like if I'm already doing like 150 million DPS, like the amount of gear that to get this going to where it's actually viable isn't really too extreme. And plus I just really enjoy it. This is honestly out of like every build that I've done, like since the game launch, this is probably my favorite. The biggest problem with Gully is like there's like when this pack size gets insane, there's no room to move. Hey, what the hell was that? Why did that only drop? What did I select on that one? Or did I forget to select something, period? Oops. Okay, we're not gonna count. I mean, it still dropped 3 div, but still. Oof. I selected everything. It's fine. I get the Alder's Legacy at the end, so it doesn't really matter. Well, like the Riddick Ward Infernalist, it takes a lot to get online, but trying to figure out something new for the mini league. See, I haven't played Infernalist. I did Ranger on like the launch, and then I did Blood Witch. I skipped the season that, like, after that, I skipped the second season, and then I did, what else did I do? I did Blood Witch and I did Druid once, like last season when it came out. And then this season I went with this, but honestly, out of everything, this is my favorite. So I'll probably just do this again on the next season. Unless they make like some like insane nerf to it. It wasn't too bad, honestly. I definitely had rougher. I would almost say Ranger was more of a pain than Martial Artist was to get through the campaign on. Okay, so what was that? 11 div? 11 div, Altar's Legacy with 15 Chaos. That was it? Okay. $121, 211, and 681. Yeah, honestly, I didn't really like. Honestly, I would say Blood Witch was harder to get through the campaign with than Martial Artist was for me.
Gold is useless, indeed.
Need more reroll items here. We'll do Craggy 1x7 here.
Another step on the road less traveled.
15 bombs. Reroll that. 3 sockets are automatic rerolls. 4 sockets I'll let stay if they have a good locked-in rune. Other than that, again, automatic rerolls. Opulent rune. Yeah, this will be like a 5 div map, if that. Okay. remnants that were good here. I just ended up having to go grab a bunch of, like, other stuff. I mean, it's a 1x7 map. Those are always usually pretty bad. The only time I have, like, 1x7 maps be even remotely decent is, like, if I have, like, a 500% waste on increase. Do you want a link to the build planner here? If you're in the Discord, it's actually pinned in the Discord. So 3, 3, and
Check out what came in for you.
Go. Go on. Indeed.
oh, I was just gonna switch to Donnie and put this on that Dory and put this on that spreadsheet. Oh well. For some reason, sometimes this boss is just a pain. Like, I don't know how many times I've been in here and I was, like, writing stuff down when I was doing, like, getting, like, control testing for, like, the lineage gems. That, like, I would, like, I would kill it, and then it would just, like, turn around and kill me. Like, after it was dead. It was really annoying.
Received a shipment.
Alright. Put this in there, put this in there.
Another step on the road less traveled. Yeah, I know. I gotta, there's like there's a couple here I have to redo. That one. That one. I'm gonna run through and check everything really quickly here. This is gonna be a really good map. First rune socket I grab is Bond. Like... that basically guarantees this map's gonna be good. That in. Lock this in. That's a lot of mobs. Yeah, I'm not doing that. These bots that jump into stream, they're like, add me on Discord. It's like, my Discord's literally plastered all over the place, on like every platform. Thanks for the like, George. I wish I had like an oath rune that he gotten locked in. That would have been even better. Here. Getting oath rune locked in here, that would have basically made the bond rune go like berserk, but I didn't get that. Okay, like 13 more maps, and I should have enough data. I should have basically doubled the data on this set as well.
You've received a shipment.
There we go. Grab that, grab that, grab that, grab that.
Go on.
This, and that. Okay, grab more maps. No, I did that because I didn't want to have to go path to a bunch of like different maps. But it said that like, I have to go path to a bunch of different maps now. That's annoying. And not stressing it. I have enough, like, I've made enough divs today off of everything, and, like, then I also dropped an Alder's Legacy, too, so, like, there's that. That I don't have to worry about. I'm not worried about divs at all right now. I think I'm up, like, 300 today. Four or five, I started at 0, and I'm probably pushing over 100 raw.
My beloved. You. Come check out what came in for you.
Oh shit, I forgot to write down the monster counts. It doesn't really matter. Monster counts don't really matter unless I'm specifically tracking to see if rare monster spawns work or like pack size works, so like, I'm not gonna stress it.
Another step on the road less traveled.
So that is Rebirth. Opulent. That was one of these that I didn't re-roll, like, up to right here. I was questioning if I wanted to do it because they could give me a bond. I think I am just gonna go for the bond there. Like, I know it's less sockets, but, like, if it boosts every other remnant after that point with a locked-in bond rune, with Rebirth, Opulent, and Death, like, I think the bond is the better choice. Because, like, this is gonna be the overall higher amount of loot. Those are like 70 div. Those are the ones I think they are. Bond is the, I know I only select like the least amount, but like Bond is gonna basically juice the rest of this entire map. Okay, now everything should be juiced with Bond. Seven. So far, I think this is still, no matter what, this is still going to be tracking higher than like control. Set. I don't see Bond Rune. I know I locked it in. Either way, I have to do a ton of pathing. Before I do anything. Yeah, I'm gonna save those for later.
Every day.
I'm gonna get some water really quick, guys.
Go on. I will make use of this. Time is of the essence.
Yeah, wait, I'm gonna grab some water. Help, please? Yeah, 1 second. I got you. Where is my mobile pay? There it is. Alright, there you go. There's the build.
Have an order?
Actually, I need 3. Oh, Willow's center. Not. What am I doing? Yeah, the Willow map. Everything's in the boss is in the middle of the map, not like on the outside edge like it is on the step, but they look the same.
Another wisp. Here we go.
Get up. Sprint. I just killed myself with sprint. Oh, shit. Okay, there's Reses here. Literally, the only thing that really kills me is killing myself with sprint. It's kind of funny.
check out what came in for you.
Of course, it doesn't change the map. I go the wrong way. I think I did. I would like to not die by sprinting again. You know, I would have been 100 by now if I didn't constantly die by sprint.
The swarm never ends.
Oh my god. Bruh. Maybe I didn't go the wrong way. Just one shot the boss. Next map is Bleached Alpha Side.
You've got some goods in. Yeah, Bleach just sucks. No matter how, like, the map is just bad. Terrible rerolls here, too.
had to leave 3 remnants. This is why it's only really viable to compare all the all+5 maps. So across 44 maps, I would say anything outside of like a 15% like increase in currency is like way outside of on average is outside of margin of error. So like by the time I'm done with this, it's like if the waste zone percent shows like a 15% increase or more. Even with like the killer jackpot maps that the white tablets have today, I don't know how many 10 raw div sets that I got. It was at least 3. Like if we factor those out, then like it's a guarantee that this is better. 3, 1, 2. That was terrible. 3, 2, and 1.
Come check out what came in for you.
I will make use of this.
Cold as ice, warm but risky. Weak and awful, that's 3. It's 4, okay. Of course, they're all 1x7s. Like, literally the worst thing you could possibly get. Here we go.
I am not here for your entertainment.
I think I'm up like 300 div today. And I've been doing testing too, so I'm not running good like anything.
You've got some goods in.
I really don't want to put a ton of 1x plus 7s on this sheet. Because all that is going to do is screw up the data. Because the 1x7s are statistically like half the loot of everything else. Like, and there's already more 1x7s on this sheet than there is the other sheet. By a lot. 5, 9. I guess actually no, there's not. The other one has more. So I guess it doesn't matter.
The mighty fall. Stay back! I'm warning you! Feel the shock!
It's your lucky day.
Locking in Rebirth.
On the road less traveled.
Locking in Opulent. How many bombs do I have here? Okay, so Rebirth. Opulent. I didn't see a bond locked in, so I mean, this could be very... Is that gonna be good or bad? Without the locked in bond? Where did I go next? Here, walking in the opulent here. I know I have more locked in purple runes than this too. Hello? Game? There you go. This. Actually, for like a lucky, for just being a lucky, this wasn't bad. This map wasn't terrible. For lucky. Six. So this was 86, 241, and 3. Why is that like massive? Alright, let's see. What did I get for loot? We got 11 div. Baldur's Saga, 5 annuls, 17 chaos.
You've received a shipment.
At this point, once it's up to like 40 plus maps, the sample size on currency tracking is going to be so big, it doesn't matter.
Pleasure us all.
Because the point of it is to get the sample size big enough that 1 or 2 maps that are, like, insane don't have, like, a huge sway over anything. And, like, I'm already there, it's just,
Another step on the road less traveled.
alright, let's see, there's a 3, so, what? Not a lot of remnants on this one, is there? Make sure I put everything in. Alright, we're good. Alright. Do this. I need like 9 more maps, and then I should have enough Waystone percent data to like basically confirm it. I need to stop sprinting. If I walk into the pack, I'm gonna get myself killed right here. Oh, lag? Oh my god. My whole game's freezing. Thank you. An unexpected disconnect has occurred.
You've got some goods in.
Did I lose the map? No, no, we're good, we're good, we're good. Oh, this map is laggy now.
Another step on the road less.
I think it bugged the map out, though. Maybe it didn't. Oh, we're good. No, it's good. That was really bad. 2. Two, 3, 2, and 2. $40, 174, and 204. Okay, that's 33. How's it tracking on the rare monsters right now? 77, about the same, about expected. 5.2, Yeah, I just out of curiosity, how's this tracking? 5.2. Even though I need more data points. What? What are you talking about? .93. 15.6. And then the other set? What's that track? So I'm like 99% sure this is still tracking much higher. 4.5 plus. Still tracking like 13% higher currency drops on average. Like, and it gets even worse if I remove the outlier maps where it was, where like if I remove 10 divs from the plus 10 raw div drop maps, like it get the gap closes almost like to like 30% more with waystone percent. More of a risky sulfite. Yeah, I'm just gonna pop an alders there. Even though I'm not sure if it's like a 3, I don't really care. I'm just gonna throw alders on it and call it good. Yeah, so if I, like, for the maps that have, like, that 10 raw div currency drop, if I drop that out, then it goes from, like, a 12% change over waystone percent across 40 maps on loot to, like, a 30% change. So waystone percent chance is still tracking higher than like white tablets on the same setup.
your lucky day.
Another step on the road.
That's crap. Okay. Now I just go through and re-roll everything now that I've passed it all. This rune setup sucks. No bond, no oath. No locked in opulent. This is only like a 3-dip map. Going off of that. So when I track only all +5 maps, everything is basically... The Waystone percent's still up way ahead. Way ahead. Even with like double the sample size. So I'm still heavily leaning towards Waystone percent as having some sort of an impact there.
You've received a shipment.
Hey, where did I put all the map? I know I didn't go through all three tablet sets. I put them in my bank? I did. Okay, we're good. Okay, I need more maps though.
You've received a shipment.
Oh, that should be good.
another step on the road less.
Look at the waystone percent, and look how good the rerolls have been this map. The waystone percent is like really high. Rerolls have been really good. Like, there's no way it's not doing something. And like just the base socket count is stupid good. Like high waystone percent. And I'm seeing, like, double the triple the amount of, high sockets that I have been. Like, almost 300% waystone on this map, and, like, it's a 1+7. That's usually shit, and it's dropped, and it's, like, multiple, like, 7s and above. So, if that's the case, I mean, all the data is pointing towards waystone percent at this point. Literally every single data set. Bonk.
Okay, kill this. Oh shit. Just right here.
Like every single data point points towards Waystorm percent, and it's like not changing with increased sample size at all. Like normally you would think that if it was like not that, it would like the more sample size it would level itself out, right? That's basically how it should be working, but it's not. It's just further reiterating that it's doing something with more sample size. Seven greater there. One perfect exalt. 14 chaos. Five raw div. One annulment. I mean, there is a really consistent pattern here, though. Like, every single map that has a ton of rare monster spawns from the Remnants, it has a ton of currency drops.
You've received a shipment.
Yo, what's up, Milano?
As expected. Indeed.
Maybe. Possibly. I don't know yet.
This to me. Take
Right now, I'm kind of trying to double up the sample size on a bunch of these things because everyone's like complaining that there's not enough data. So like, granted, it's not changing the data at all by doubling the sample size on basically anything. It's all pointing to the same thing still. It's actually just further reinforcing it, but like, I already knew it was gonna do that, but well, the big one is like this. There was some dude that went through and grabbed all the like the remnant socket testing, right? He went through and then which I had already normalized for like the amount of remnants, but then he went through and normalized it for socket counts per map. But that's not like a statistic that even matters as long as you try to keep the same amount of tracked remnants the same. And like, of course, when you normalize it, the socket count per map, it's gonna look like nothing's doing anything, right? Because you just normalize all the data, which defeats the entire purpose of any of the testing. And that's one of the biggest things. And then it's like, and then the whole sample size thing. And it's like, I mean, I can go get more data. That's not a problem, but like, still. Yeah. Yeah, so basically the whole thing he did to like counterpoint what I was saying as far as the wasteland percent thing goes, it doesn't even track or really hold, in my opinion, it doesn't track or hold water. Because as soon as you normalize the data when the data is already normalized for the total overall remnant count, then you basically are now skewing the data in a way that it basically makes all the data irrelevant. This map sucks. So yesterday I went through and I doubled all the socket testing, and it's still like tracking with like I don't know how much sample size people think they want, because like I tracked 400 remnants on the socket testing now, right? Okay, yeah, I will. So like I tracked 400 total remnants on that socket test now. And, like, it's still, like, people are complaining that there's not enough sample size. It's like, bro, how many, like, you want me to do, like, 5,000? I'm not doing that, you know? If you can't tell that it's doing something after 400, then, like, there's a problem. That it's likely not doing something, you know? Okay, so this map is really, really crap, because, like, I can't even get to half of these remnants. I'm missing 3 of them, like, right here, already. Like, I don't even know, man. I mean, maybe I can put that there. That might maybe give me enough reach to get to at least one of these.
Nah, yeah, there's no way. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's kind of where I'm at. It's like all this, I'll get more data for everyone. I'll further confirm it. Like, even if it disproves it, I'm fine with that too. Like, I don't really care either way. But like, if people don't want to believe it, it's not my problem. Like, for example, I redid the white. I added more. Like, I doubled the white socket testing, and this is how far ahead. So, I haven't seen on this set of testing. I haven't seen a single like 10 socket for like divs. There was 3 of them when I did the white socket testing, so it created some really massive outlier maps, right? And I'm not excluding those outlier maps. Even with those outlier maps still in, Waystone percent is still like 15-20% ahead. With massive outliers. Oh yeah, I am fully aware. Oh god. I almost died. That would have been bad. Yeah, I mean, and that, and a lot of people that I've noticed, they don't even actually check or actually understand the data or the, like, anything behind that. They just, like, go like, oh, well, this feels better to me, so this is what works, you know? Like, which is fine, you know? Like, someone was trying to say that monster rarity impacts the sockets. How many for that build? Divs? I mean, for the most part, you could probably build it for, like, the biggest thing is going to be the cat charm and the headhunter and the staff. For the most part, maybe like 1,000 div, 1.5k, if that. Depending on, I don't know what the pricing of everything is right now. Well, like, this map is just terrible. 1, 4. Do I even count that? There was only like 3 remnants there, man. Yeah, I'm not even gonna count that one. Like, that was like
You've received a shipment.
such a terrible outlier. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And the crazy thing is, I ain't like, no, I haven't found anything supporting that. The only reason why I got the Waystone percent support, like, boosting it is because, like, everything was pointing in that direction already, right? Thanks for the follow, by the way. Do you want a build link? Here, I'll give you the link to it. There you go. But like, yeah, the only reason I like started suspecting it was Waystone percent is because there was a bunch of like data already pointing to that being the case. It wasn't just like one set of data; it was like multiple sets of data that was pointing towards that. All right, let's see.
Hail.
And
I'll fill that in
since the
as
video,
I can.
the first video, price of Alder Sagas and Alder's Legacies has gone almost down in by half since I put out the Waystone percent. So like, even the market is like tracking that as well. Which is kind of weird. Like ritual tablets need waystone percent, and it guarantees a purple element per or 2 per map. Is that confirmed? Like, is there data supporting that, or is that I saw a post like that, but I didn't see like any hard data on it. Okay, so there is data tracking that. Alright. Yeah, like, that's the thing, though. Like, waystone percent seems to affect, like, so many random things that are not waystones that it's not even, it's insane, you know? I mean, the same thing happened to the waystone percent tablets, too, after my video. And you know what fell after my video? The price of Alder's Sagas and Alder's Legacies. Like a couple weeks ago, Alder's Legacies was 300 div. Now, like, we're a week out from the video for on waystone percent, and it's like 150 because so many people are finding them. Like, I found one earlier, too. $20 maps. I mean, I know people are gonna say this 20 maps is low sample size, but like 20 maps is a lot. Especially when you're tracking currency, like, or something like that. Like, 20 maps, like, that's almost, if you're tracking, like, that's 150 currency items at, like, 15 average. Each per map, right? Like, that's a lot. For, So I know that the map difficulty, like the monster level, drastically affects rituals, as well. So I haven't finished the testing for that on here. Like, if 120% waystone tier 16s happen, I'd have to go. I gotta go roll like 300 more remnants or something like that to actually get a good read on that. With like that, and with the tier 16 120%, and that's just tossing data like divs down the drain. That'll be like, shit, probably 160 div to test that. Well, I think Delirium ever did for Ritual is increase it. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Alright, I'm gonna go use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. water really quick too. Alright, let's see. Grays, all +6, 1x7. Yeah, we'll go get this one. Finish off those 3 maps, and then that should be basically enough to, like, average everything out here. Yeah, but like the Waystone percent is literally the only thing that would track why a +2 random map mods increases the loot, but effectiveness, item rarity, more rare monsters, and monster rarity doesn't work. Right? It's like the only thing that was like that like tracks at all. Is Waystone percent.
My beloved.
At the moment. Come on, spawn?
Another step on the road less traveled. Okay. Alright, this should be good. Locked in power room first run. Okay.
Only need a few more, and then I'll have the Waystone percent tablet set at 40 as well. And then I'll average it out for the average currency per map and see if it still tracks with the old data set, which I'm 99% sure it's going to. Just from what I'm already at. Alright. This should drop like 2 divs. One div. That's fine. Boom. So 10 raw div, 9 chaos, 3 greater chaos, sorry, 11 raw div. Oh wait, so 93, 281, and 408. All this is doing is like adding it, like, is putting this farther ahead.
What is it? Gold is useless to me. Take it. Time is of the essence. Runesmith at your...
And the crazy thing, it's further ahead with all +7 maps. Like, there's 3 all +7s on that on the white tablet data sheet, and it's still behind the Waystone percent data set. With some, like, massive outliers, too, on it.
Your order is registered. Oh, it's you. I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Another step on the road less traveled.
This is a 1x7, so it's, like, statistically the worst you can possibly get. 1x7 with like 3 remnants on it. Yeah, there's no way I get to that. I can get to that currency chest and that's about it. You would think, like, doubling the, like, if it wasn't doing anything, it still wouldn't be tracking Waystone percent being the best, right? Or being that, but, like, it's literally consistent. Why is it so consistent if it doesn't do anything? 11 divs. 11, 9, 1. 238, 126, and 50.
Go on. Time is of the essence.
$53. I don't want to skew the data with like a 1x plus 7. With like... How many all plus 7s are on here? All plus 7. 1, 2, 3. How many are on this one? One, 2, 3. Okay. This one has a lot more all plus 6s. Yeah, I'm not gonna run that all plus 7 in here, because that'll just, I don't want to skew the data. An all plus 7 has the potential to, I want to keep them at least somewhat equal. I'm like, how many all plus 7s are there? Because like, that just like, is baking to create a massive outlier. So I will do those 2 plus 5s right there, and this 1x7. That'll keep the 1x7s roughly about the same. And then the plus 5s will basically, and then that'll basically keep everything roughly about the same amount of every map type, except for the other set has more plus 6s, but like, this set's already tracking ahead by a lot. So all it's gonna do is like push it further ahead. If I count that +7 there.
I am not here for your entertainment.
Flash 1x+7.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Looks like we're definitely coming up here. Alright, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to really grab anything other than what I've already grabbed. This, and then the next two maps, I'll probably call it there for the day after I'm done with these next two. It's already 7 o'clock, I just realized what time it is. Shit, I've been streaming for like almost 7 hours now. But that'll be 40 Grand Expeditions done today on Alder Sagas. effectively leveling out everything, and then I'll just there's not really a reason to make another video on it if it's like still the same thing where it's like, oh yeah, like Waystone, I doubled the data sets and Waystone percent is still the like tracking to be the thing that it's scaling off of. Yeah. I also have a, I have the mobalytics thing here, too. Here. This is what I have on the clipboard, so this is what I'm posting. So I don't have to, like, alt-tab to, like, go find the PoE Ninja link. Yeah, no problem. This map's done. There's no other remnants here. That was really shitty. That was, what, like 0? That was, like, terrible. 1 greater, 2 chaos. 1 greater, 2, 0, 0, 2, 0, 0, 0. $40 rares, 300, 40, and 158. Like, Waystone percent is still tracking to be like the scaler.
Yes. Time is of the essence. Another step on the road less traveled.
And normally I would see that and I would re-roll it without a second thought, but that's a bond rune. So we got like early locked in bond, opulent power. Is there anything else that like I don't have that's like juiced? I think I got every juiced rune you could want. The opulent. Oh, and I have Oath to go along with the bond. Bond. Power. Times chaos. I know everyone like still hates the Oath rune, but like when you have Bond, it is one of the best runes in the game. 5 chaos, 5 div, 19 chaos. Five. Zero. $834 with 183 and 78.
Yes. Gold is useless to me. Take it, indeed. Yes, I will make use of this. Go.
Flush, all +5.
Another step on the road less traveled. Anything on this piece actually worth anything, though? That's a question.
Yeah, there's a 7 socket here. Which I need to figure out how to get to now. Because I got 1 bomb left. So... I mean, giving up these two would be the way to do it. To get to that other beach. To get to that 7 socket on the other beach. God dang it. Bruh, really? Okay. Wait, why am I even going for that? I've already got that one. I literally just need to go straight over here. $17, $18, there we go. I missed 2 remnants at the top of the map here, but I basically grab everything else. Okay, do this. I'm probably gonna call it for stream after this one though. Do. Another do. I don't know. So far, it's pretty clear that this is like actually still doing something. I'll have to do the average up and throw it up on the spreadsheet, but like, I don't think the actual I don't think it changed with more data at all. 2 chaos orbs, another div. Alright, let's see, what did we get? 8 div, 11 chaos, and then like 10 greater. So 8, 11, 10, 0, 0, 0, and what was the monster count? 104, 648, 648, and 353. Average everything out. Alright, so let's do the calculator here. I'm not gonna do it like, I'll just do like 5.39. Two, 6, 3, 1.6, 1.57, 1.60, 16,805. Yeah, waste 1% just pulls further ahead of white tablets that are at, let's see, where are we at here? 4.538 plus 6.512 plus 0.102. I could honestly just do this all on the spreadsheet. Why am I doing it with a calculator by hand? $14. So basically, it's literally the exact same as it was the first time around. Literally nothing changed, basically, to 16. .805. It is still a 20% increase over white tablets. Okay, what is the difference between that? So if we take the white tablet, it was what, 2.8 different, right? So let's say 14 point, let's do that too. So if it was like with half that data size, sample size, so if it's 14, so it would be 16.8 minus 14. 16.8 minus 14.000 equals 2.792. Literally identical. Alright, so on that note, I am going to call it for the night. I will catch everyone tomorrow. Thanks for watching, guys.